Had to close something updated on my computer. We are supposed to meet here to prepare for the assault on the castle. I have not seen anyone yet, so we'll rest in the mausoleum for the night. It's not safe here. Ghouls and vampires prowl the night for wayward souls. I don't intend to be caught out in the open. Ghouls especially pose a serious problem, as their vomit is highly poisonous, and I'm low on light magic, which is the only thing that can dispel it. Ghouls. Despite most people believing otherwise, ghouls are not undead creatures. In fact, their ancestors were human. But a diet of corpses and rotten flesh transformed them into horrible monsters that dwell in burial grounds and cemeteries. Ghouls usually live underground, but sometimes venture outside in small groups to scavenge for carrion. The vomit of the ghouls is highly poisonous, but can be dispelled using light magic.
Back, you demons! Go on, death! They will return if we don't block the hole.
Oh shit, that's right, you have to do it from the front, huh?
I need your help with the statue, Zobek.
I'm coming.
I forgot that you have to pull it from the front, which is stupid because you should be able to move it from there, but whatever.
Unholy beasts! Gabriel, see if we can use that statue to block the hole.
Zobek, help me knock down the statue.
That's a good idea. Not that one. Let's concentrate on stopping the ghouls from coming out. Get away from me, you filth! Go on, dead! You will all meet the same fate. They will return if we don't block the hole.
I need your help with the statue, Zobek.
I'm coming.
There we go.
I'll send you straight back to hell.
I need you to push the statue from the other side, Zobek.
I'm coming. Back, you demons!
So the end of level trigger is kind of like behind that statue. I think. The artisan who made the chain and hook tip for the combat cross of Ronaldo Gandolfi wanted to give the weapon even more options for hand-to-hand combat, especially against supernatural creatures of the night. So he designed the stake attachment, which eventually gave the combat cross the nickname of Vampire Killer. It also is used to stick into these stupid things. I think if like that's the end, then yeah, it would have to be.
We delve deep below the abbey, ready to face the evil confronting us. The abbot, Vincent Dorin, was once a good and kindly man who helped the people of Wygol. But now he has become a devious coward who has holed himself up in the abbey and rigged it with traps of cunning. The people, unprotected, have paid a heavy price for his treachery. Night has fallen outside, and we will be open to vampire attack at any time. We must be on our guard. We must work together if we are to succeed in acquiring the relic that the abbot guards. This will help us greatly in defeating the vampiric horde later.
Nice shot of the armor of Zobek there. You can see the comparison. It's kind of an antique or relic of the Order.
Vampire! Careful, Gabriel. This is not going to be so easy. The men you once were are long gone. I'll send you straight back to hell.
Yes, see it.
I can see a device which may help us open the door. I will destroy you all.
I need your help with the crowbar, Zobek.
That's a good idea. Go through to the other side, quickly!
Invincible. Very invincible.
Cursed creatures!
Please. There we go.
The men you once were are long gone. That bastard Abbott has protected himself well. We need 2 keys to get out of here.
Take out the stick. Bring the stick over here.
There is one of the keys we need.
I heard that Gandolfi went in search of the vampire that took his beloved daughter. This was what motivated him to create the combat cross and its upgrade relics in the first place. I passed a mausoleum earlier that could have housed one of the cross upgrades, but the weapon itself is held in the secret underground vaults of the Brotherhood. But the relic has no purpose or value to perform. I wonder if we will ever see it used in combat. I wonder if the prophecy will ever come to pass, or if we will ever discover what happened to Gandalf. Cursed habit, man to God, using his hellish magic. Somehow the ice in the portal keeps sending me back where it's connected. I have to figure out how. I must be out of my mind. How else would I accept, or would I have accepted a mission like this? Infiltrating the Abbey alone to recover some mysterious relic. Insane. This place is full of fiendish traps and indescribable creatures intent on sucking the very life from me. Nothing left is like the wings and the holy water, I think. Vampire Warrior. A vampire can be born from many different creatures. The ceremony itself involves the exchange of blood between the host and the soon-to-be vampire. However, vampirism has to be accepted by the recipient, so it remains exclusive to intelligent creatures. The lowest ranked vampires usually take the form of a creature with a bat-like appearance. Over the centuries, as they become more powerful, vampires appear more human-like and are able to transform at will from hideous creatures into human form. One can usually ascertain the power of a vampire by its appearance, and any vampires that appear totally human are usually incredibly powerful and extremely dangerous. These particular vampire warriors show signs of being recently turned and cannot hide the fact that they are low-level creatures bent to the will of the vampire. Really? To take it back from there. Oh, I just did this, so I didn't have to do it later. Oh, I don't need to lug the stick.
Zobek, help me with the crowbar.
I'm coming. Hurry! I can't hold on for much longer.
Shut up, Zobek. I'll live as long as I tell you to. I believe that's just there to return. I'm curious. Can you? That's hilarious. But can you actually climb up? Doesn't seem like it. can skip that way, though. Just hope we don't need it. Hopefully we don't.
Support the next slab, quickly!
I can't hold it! Hurry!
Quickly, support the next slab or we will die here!
Zobek, quickly! Move forward and hold the next slab!
Quickly, or we die! There is one of the keys we need.
It's actually a pretty good shot of Sobek, the lighting. You can kind of see the difference between the two different outfits, so very clearly similar to one another, so that they do look like it's not a stretch to say it's an older form of it. But, you know, obviously around the boots is very distinct. The shoulder, not so much, but like the entire garb as a whole, with the red being heavily indicative, and the gold in the tracing on it, it's also there. The gauntlets are also pretty close outside of the dark gauntlet that I have that I paint later. Both hooded. Breastplate's obviously different between the two of us, but he's an old man, he needs armor. Gavo just dodges everything, or he blocks with his glove. This is another room that got heavily cleaned up in the release on Steam, or just in HD in general as well, just because a lot of the interactable stuff didn't stand out as much.
There is a strange device here.
Great place to farm up stuff if you had needed it at some point here as well. But this camera shot and those like particles of dust weren't as apparent. They do have the camera change though at the very least, which is good.
I will destroy you all.
Keep pressing that when I want to get off of this. This is kind of the frustrating thing, is the ghouls are here as well, to just complicate things, make everything really annoying to do.
Cursed creatures!
so I have to tell him to hold.
I need you to hold the device steady, Zobek.
I'm coming. Go
I'm
through
coming.
to the other side, quickly!
Well,
I will destroy you all.
and herein lies why this is a really, really shitty stage.
Zobek, hold the device steady.
That's a good idea.
Okay, or just don't, you know, just walk up to it and then not take it.
I need you to hold the device steady, Zobek.
As you wish. Hurry! I can't hold on for much longer!
Especially exacerbated by the fact that, like, when you first get here, you want to check places to see if there's anything that you're missing. But that just inevitably gets very,
Get away from me, you filth!
annoying when you're having to deal with these guys every time you're setting up. Oh, there's a corpse there. That's why you would go to that one.
You're already dead meat.
Zobek, hold the device steady.
That's a good idea.
That's a good
Go
idea.
through
You
to
have
the
there,
other
Gabriel.
side, quickly!
Another one of those.
I will destroy you all! Unholy beasts!
I need you to hold the device steady, Zobek.
As you wish. Hurry! I can't hold on for much longer! Well done.
And the gate just opens. Who knows why?
The traps laid by the abbot have proved tricky, and yet we have managed to break into the inner cloisters, and the library is close at hand, if memory serves. My friend looks weary and troubled, the weight of the world on his shoulders. I can see he is holding a terrible secret deep within. He is trying to bury it, and in its place the anger is taking over. We must not delay. We must find Dorin and take what we need before we are dragged down with the guilt. The need of the many outweighs those of the few now. We can shed no tears for those lost. We must be strong, and we must destroy the Lords of Shadow at any cost.
This will be another stage you basically never get to see. So good to play around with this a little bit.
I'm sure there must be a way of entering the library from here.
Look for an exit. I'll hold him back.
Actually don't remember if fairies distract these guys. Apparently they do not.
Here it is. I found it. Get out of here. I'll keep the trap door open.
Now we're in this room. Couple of extra guys in here. Guy sitting back here as well. Also a good place to farm dark crystal, other drops. Fortunately, you can't get past this, which is one of the annoying things about this room, why the skip is actually potentially worthwhile. Remember, I actually have to move this one. I think so. Huh. I wonder why you need don't get why you need this thing here. I must be forgetting some small thing. Oh well, we'll move forward until it becomes apparent to us what we've forgotten. I think this might be it. Yeah. Huh. Weird. do anything to this guy in order to unlock this. Well, that was awkward, kind of weird. Oh, God, I didn't notice that the track went back that way. There was where we were having a problem. Abbott was very clever, creating a puzzle based on sunlight to protect himself from vampires. The villager said that these doors will only react to a sunbeam, but I cannot figure out how it can be done. Damn him, the Abbot has littered this place with traps. One interesting thing to note is that I have discovered fairies can really help to distract enemies here. I've been using my supply of fairy blossom, and the wonderful little creatures have been taking care of of any enemies. I just hope I don't run out, or I am truly done for.
The tower at the Abbey of Wygol was once a place where men of God sought knowledge and protected the people with Christ's love. Now it is the refuge of a man driven insane by fear. Dorin has abandoned his people to death or worse. A powerful relic keeps the vampires at bay, and we must take it if we stand any chance against the Dark Lord's minions. I know of a secret way that will take me to the top of the tower by a different path. Gabriel will have to find his own way for now.
It's a pretty good shot also. The upward angle to show scale. Make it very imposing. Okay. Normally we would skip this, but just for completeness. Normally you get an autosave there that you could checkpoint to, so desired. Okay. I'm gonna see if okay, we are gonna restart from checkpoint, so I don't need to deal with them again. So, checking to see if we could do something interesting there, but guess not. I guess I do need to running jump. I knew I didn't need to double jump to get there, because you don't have access to that yet. But you can go around here. There's a dude here. Well, if one is running low on magic, it's important to become focused again, as this is what makes the enemy drop neutral elemental orbs. Simply slashing away doesn't work. One must be patient. Strike the enemy and dodge. Strike and then dodge. Slow and deliberate. Once focused, absorb the orbs into your magic container. This is the way to defeat creatures of the night. I've infiltrated the Abbey, but at a heavy price. 2 of my brothers lie slain because of Doran's evil traps. Damn that selfish cow. The relic he possesses could save so many, yet he locks it away for his own protection. He claims to be a man of God. I find it hard to forgive such behavior. So many lives lost because of him. Damn his soul. Sister Laverne, Brother Bernard, I will avenge you. H. The H. Okay, or don't grab the cliff, you know. I only jumped directly at it. Curious. Go this way too. Okay. Hello, Wolfen.
Where's the abbot?
Inside.
No! No! Get away from me! I know who you are. The devil has sent you. You are demons who serve him. He told me you'd come. He does it to torment me. Your people perished while you hid behind the one thing that could have saved them. You don't deserve to call yourself a man of God.
Gabriel.
No! It's mine! You can't take it! There is a need far greater than yours. You cannot take it! You are not worthy! Don't leave me here, you dogs! Curse you! Damn you to hell!
Please, help us.
What is it? What's happening?
They want you, sir. They want you alone. You must go to the village, or they will kill us all.
You do realize it's a trap.
I know. But still, I must go.
Do what you must. I'll take care of the boy.
Right. Brona.
The power to defeat the vampires is now in our hands, and that bastard Dorin has no doubt met his maker. If anyone deserved death, it is he. No one will shed a tear for his miserable life. Countless others have met the same fate by his hand. The quest is going well. We have what we need to confront the Dark Lord, and I sense Gabriel's determination to see this through. The vampires must know we have the relic, and I am sure they will move to stop us if they can.
So, normally you would not have the amount of holy water that I have. But, you know, combat's not very good in this game, so I don't mind kind of cheesing this a little bit. That we've already seen how these guys fight and what happens with them, so it's not like this is anything new. So I think there's like two big things that contribute to the feeling that the combat isn't great in this. One of them is that weapons can act as pure hard counters rather than tools. The other one I'll mention after this. So the other issue is that you don't really stun enemies. You don't, like, cause stun states or anything like that. They're always mobile, so inevitably what happens is you end up just doing shit like this. You just go like 1, 2, 3, 4, dodge. 1, 2, 3, dodge. That type of thing. Just, honestly, in my opinion, not very engaging. And then I'm playing on Squire, so the last problem isn't as apparent, but things have way too much health in this game. Which is one of the main reasons why I play and run this game on Squires. It's just, they have way too much health. To the point where I'd almost recommend people that are just picking this up and playing it, play it on easy rather than normal. Like, or don't be afraid to switch from easy to normal, or from normal to easy. Like, if you're finding the boss fights aren't that engaging or the fighting isn't very good, then just switch to Squire. The other thing is that, in addition to less health on enemies, you also get focus faster, which means you can keep up a nice steady supply of magic. Alright, I don't think this has anything. I think it's just a trial. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna brutalize this guy in a corner now. Ultimate Shadow typically does more damage than Ultimate Light, but Ultimate Light does more DPS if you catch them in a corner.
Wygol village is safe for now. The vampires have lost one of their commanders, Brawner, and news will travel back to the Dark Lord quickly. This is a blow, but it won't take long for them to regroup. Luckily, one of the villagers has revealed to us a secret path into the demon's castle. This will lead Gabriel into the sewers, and then up into the very jaws of death. The villagers called him God's Savior, and his weapon they called Vampire Killer. Ah, Gandolfi, how that would make you smile. As for me, once my business here is done, I shall follow my friend and aid him where I can.
Can't tell if Villager is very tiny or Gabriel's just like 6'9". We are currently at the end of Chapter 5. Just about to head... We've been going through the Realm of the Vampires through Chapter 5, and then, once we get to Chapter 6, we're going to be in the Vampire's place proper. Remember this. Yeah, you need to crank that thing first. See, they think I'll care about that, but they're mistaken, because I know how to do QTEs. So I mentioned there were certain things that Lords of Shadow 2 does better, particularly for combat. Another thing that Lords of Shadow 2 does do better is that they have an option in the options menu that allows you to shut off QTEs, which is kind of nice. Huh. I legitimately don't remember this. Makes me think that this is just a bug in the terrain. Huh. Strange. Waited an extra moment there. That saved a little bit of time. Curious, is this something? No. Alright. Situation status. As I explicitly stated in my previous report, condition of Weigel sewer system, sewerage system, won't allow vampires to launch an attack on the village through its old tunnels. The few entry points were sealed, and the spike track, despite being a bit corroded, still works perfectly. To be able to cross these obstacles, any potential attacker would need help from this side. Personally, I cannot imagine a Brotherhood member helping the Dark Lords, and cannot see anyone else here, apart from Dusty Bones. Oh, yeah, might as well. There are skeletons here and they are formidable. I have, however, discovered their weakness. When fighting them, you must be patient, for eventually they will crumble to the floor seemingly dead. You must then destroy their bones with a powerful blow before they reform. Miss your chance and you must fight them again. AKA, extremely frustrating if there's more than one skeleton. So, I don't think you can get away with this first one. Because I think this is a pre-canned sequence to show off this enemy. Yeah. Please fuck off. There we go. Really? Did they actually lock us in here? They actually lock you in there. That's super lame. Yeah, I tried to leave out this way and it wouldn't leave, or wouldn't let me. Yeah, so I have this over here. So, there was one other thing that I picked up. Ah, the holy water. At first glance, these vials appear to be empty. However, when opened, there will always be a few drops of blessed water at the bottom. These are the endless tears of the 14 holy helpers, and can be used to sanctify water, which in turn serves as an excellent weapon against creatures of the night. The bottle breaks on impact. The holy flames are released upward, which are devastating to vampires. So now the only thing we have left to discover are the... We'll get soon enough. Oh no! Good thing there's daggers here to tell me what to do. It's also unfortunate that they don't exactly tell you how the daggers work. Also, as you can see, you can't get there even if you could. Like, let's say you could do this, like with that double jump that I just showed. I believe it closes when you get to past a certain point. Yeah, just to force you to try to do the puzzle. Fortunately, they never tell you, to my recollection, that with the charged dagger, you can create impact. So that took me longer than I probably should have the first time I played this. Alright. Courtyard.
Despite his best efforts to try entering the castle unnoticed, the vampires know that Gabriel is coming. Night is fast approaching, and soon he will have to use all his wits and powers to defeat what nightmares inhabit this place of death and decay. His strength grows by the day, and yet his hate intensifies deep within. He eats little and sleeps less. She is there in his thoughts, his beloved Marie. He knows that his journey is far from over. This castle, I fear, will push him into the abyss from which there is no escape.
It's a little speed tech there. So one thing that's nice about this place, holy water here, and you'll be able to pick that up again later if you needed it. That is useful for New Game Plus runs. No. Get these guys. I don't know if you can actually bait these guys far enough away. I can't imagine this is gonna work, but give it a shot. Or the thing can just be non-interactable. Despite flashing. God, this game. Alright, well. This is such a weird sequence because they give you this magic, and it's like, are you really expecting people to die down here if you give them magic whenever they want it? The answer is, I guess, yes, but, kind of weird. Make sure you break them, like it says in the thing. So there's a dark crystal on the other side of this chasm. I don't really care about it, so we're not going to get it. Actually, I can mess around with it. Just to show this area. It's unfortunate that you can't roll down that. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1. There you go. That room is a pain in the ass if you do not have berries. Actually, I'm gonna check something else. Yeah, okay. I think that I broke my leg when I fell down here, so it doesn't seem like I'm going to get out soon. It's strange indeed. It seems the vampires keep wargs and trolls as captives. I suspect this is to feed on them if human blood supplies run low. I've heard that many years ago, this castle once belonged to the Bernard family. They must have been driven out when the Dark Lord of the Vampires came. Something approaches. It sounds like the rattle of bones. I've heard that the relic at the Abbey can not only destroy vampires, but, combined with light magic, can also create a temporary shield that surrounds the wielder. Now I wish I had such an item, for the vampires are strong and I am weary of battle. I must rest, if only for a few minutes.
It seems getting into the castle will be more difficult than first thought. Gabriel will have to navigate the maze gardens. In this place, a man can be lost forever, or devoured by the creatures that haunt its labyrinthine corridors. These gardens were once the most beautiful in all Europe, and many pilgrims would visit the castle grounds from lands far away to witness their timeless beauty. Now they lie wasted and rotten, decaying as their master lives on.
Okay. Once again, another stage that we basically skipped the entirety of, so we can kind of browse around, look at stuff. They're Spriggans. They basically just create these beams that drain health from you. Not particularly dangerous, especially since you can outrun the beam. The fact that there's a billion of them kind of makes things annoying. Did I spawn a spider? No. Okay. So with double jump, I can just jump over that wall. Without it, you'd have to do this. So yeah, lots of things to get once you get access to a spooter. So the things I absolutely need to do with this thing. Have to break this. have to make a web bridge earlier, but I'm gonna check back here if there's anything. There is. Man, what a troll if you should just for some reason happen to kill one of the spiders before you use everything on it, because you gotta get another spider. Should actually get everything. Very difficult puzzle that I accidentally solved the first time I played this. I did this twice just to see like how the puzzle worked, and then I solved it because you only need to press it twice. Very odd. So I know that that way is the end of the level. But we'll go back here so that you guys can see what those other places led to. Well, okay. Gotta cut this way then. This is where you'd have this guy. Speaking of scrolls. Tell my note to get to the other side of the gardens. There must be a way over the hedge. I've been looking for tracks in the snow, a telltale sign of movable objects. If I could find a goblin or statue I could move and push it close to the hedge, I might be able to get to the other side. All clues point to here, but I cannot find the castle's key anywhere, only the inscription on the rock. But it is nonsense. Only when the three look at the center, the vampire queen will allow you to enter. Spider silk, one of the strongest materials known to man. There are many varieties, some of them even harder than the toughest steel, but the one produced by giant spiders is remarkably strong and extremely expensive, due to the difficulty of harvesting it. There are some scribbled notes handwritten in the back of the small scroll. People of Weigel have pointed me to the abandoned castle gardens. If I managed to get my hands on some of that raw silk, I could lead Brotherhood a rich and powerful man. So scumbags, basically. Vincent Doran. The Abbey at Weigel had always been a place of peace and meditation. The monks that inhabited it were considered great scribes. Their wonderfully crafted manuscripts made the abbey a place of holy pilgrimage. Current abbot, Father Doran, was an erudite scholar devoted to the study of the old texts retained in the abbey's vast library. Shutting himself away, he studied these ancient texts and prophetic scrolls for years, turning half blind and quite mad in the process. When the vampires came, he discovered a holy relic hidden deep in the library that kept the evil creatures at bay. He worked to preserve the holy books and himself. He banished everyone from the abbey and disassociated himself from the people. leaving them to their fate without the protection of the ancient relic. Animated armor. These empty suits of armor have been given a temporary life due to possession by a poltergeist. They serve the vampire Dark Lord by patrolling and protecting the castle's halls and corridors. The spirit of this poltergeist can move from armor to armor if it so wishes, though it can take many days for the spirit to recover when doing so. Once established within a suit of armor, the poltergeist can travel between dimensions at will, causing a huge electrical outage that signals an opening between our world and the spirit world. You can tell when armor is possessed because a strange, unhealthy reddish glow emanates from the suit, indicating that its ghostly inhabitant is awake. Lieutenant Bronner. This vampire is a powerful demon, turned by the Dark Lord long ago. It is well known that young vampires are bestial in appearance, but as they become stronger, they are able to regain human form. Indeed, many of the oldest vampires are mistaken for highborn aristocracy. However, this creature was never human and thus cannot take that form. Rather, he is a spawn of hell, possessing vampiric powers, making a formidable foe. Skeleton Warrior. The human inhabitants of the vampire castle suffered a cruel fate once the Dark Lord set up her lair inside. While most of them changed into vampire warriors, a few, mainly those who were the Dark Lord's most loyal retainers when she was human, were made into skeleton warriors by the spells of the puppeteer. Unlike other beings animated by this magic, the vestiges of a once-human soul make skeleton warriors difficult to command, and they are therefore rarely found in groups greater than 2 or 3. Mandragora. Common ingredients in the creation of magic potions of mandrake roots are an important resource for alchemists and mages the world over. However, the harvesting of mandrake root is a dangerous activity. When the root is dug up, the plant will scream loudly, killing anyone near it. When they are fully grown, mandrakes become mandragora, sentient beings who live or survive by draining the life force of nearby creatures. Okay, so we got Butcher and Monstrosity. Okay. So we gotta kill bosses for the next stuff. So we get a little bit of a break in lore dumps here. There's another guy in there. Just jump over this wall real quick.
Time is running out. Night is almost upon us. Soon the castle will be swarming with vampires. Those who are the most powerful of their kind are able to take on the appearance of high-born humans. Gabriel must be on his guard now, for appearances can be deceptive. I have heard that in this place one may face one's deadliest foes without realizing it until it is too late.
So this is another pair of really annoying rooms, casually. In a speedrun, I would just use fairies to distract these guys while cranking the wheel. But, show what's kind of supposed to happen, I guess. I will still use the fairies, though, to abuse this. This stuff is lame otherwise. And it is still, in fact, lame. Please? There we go. So that's how you're supposed to prevent them from continuing to come out. So I think they take damage in the light, yeah. Alright. You can see with how many cranks you have to do why you need the fairies for that. Damn it. Nice. So that jerk got in the way of me interacting with the light. Trying to remember everything here. Okay. So we do need to clean these guys up, I think. Because otherwise we can't open the crank gate. That being said, do this now. Will we get refunded any of it? Damn, no refund. Oh well. The animated armors have a pretty decent chance of dropping dark crystal fragments, so using a dark crystal on them isn't necessarily the worst thing. This is kind of interesting. This is another place. Huh. I had never seen that. That's a place where you can get up pretty easily. Also, I think this is just jumpable, right? Yeah. It's the thing that's inside this gate that you have to do an extended jump to actually uncover. Is it dark? It is in fact dark. Excuse me? Okay, this is supposed to be reflecting it. What is going on here? Alright, well, I guess we'll just go in here and look around again. Yeah, there's nothing else in here. So why can I not get this to reflect? This is particularly baffling because it's not like I sequence broke this at all. So... okay, that's open, that's open, that's open, and they don't technically need to be open because they don't have anything to do with the puzzle itself. Do I need to reset it? That's so stupid. No reason for that. Whatever. Onward. If there's anything up here, right? Yeah, no. So here's a place that you could access early if you know how to do the extended jumps. Also another one I think you can do the slam on. Maybe not. Maybe you need a little bit of height first. This is also awkward because these things are here, which messes up your landslide punch normally. Yeah, do it that way too. Okay. Okay. Where is this brother who is supposed to, or who is the supposed savior? Where is this warrior of light? More lies dreamt up by the church to keep us subservient to their will, no doubt. How is it possible that God exists when he allows the murder and killing of so many of our brothers? Another set of magic runes. Text engraved on the wall gives clues, and it's a puzzle for that one. Vampire game. Try. Oh no, it's nightfall. So, I don't remember 100%, but I don't think these doors open until you actually clear all these guys. Which is, again, pretty stupid. So you're like, I've already... Like, they're trying to make it look like it's still opening, but I don't think it can actually open until I've cleared these guys. I guess I could wait it out. Okay, you actually can. I was wrong, video game. You just made it arbitrarily long and drawn out to make us fight. My mistake.
Hello. Have you come to play? The board is ready for you. Do you like it?
I'm looking for...
Don't you want to play?
I am here for the Dark Lord.
I'll tell you where she is, if you play my game.
She?
Mother doesn't like visitors. But I'll show you where she is, if you play.
I don't have time for your games. I must find her now.
Then I won't help you.
Fine.
You won't ever find her. Only I know the secret way. I'll let you make the first move.
Okay, so, trying to remember. So, like, necromancers kind of suck, but they can create blocking units. You're really trying to get a hold of, their vampires or werewolves. You could skip. It is totally an option, but for the purposes of this, play it out. Alright. I remember how to, yeah.
Go on, play! It's very easy.
Okay, that's how you
I'm
solve
getting bored.
So, we can go ahead and... Getting a zombie first is not super
on,
interesting,
play.
but I guess we'll do it for
It's very
now.
easy.
So this is kind of an interesting situation as well, because whenever you lose a certain amount of units, it will let you roll more than once, but you could get null units as well. So, kind of weird. It's fine that he kills that. It's fine also. So these guys can both attack and drain life. attack's higher, but you can do a swing if the math's not in your favor. That's enough to kill? Yeah. And I go over to here, I guess.
I'm still waiting.
Yeah. No, because he's still safe from this one, so I guess I just trade hits with this guy. Not the best, but I'm a slight bit ahead, so that works. He's dead, I think. Oh wow, he's not dead. Surprising. Oh yeah, almost dead, so we'll drain life. That'll kill and give us... Oh, it didn't. Well, that's unfortunate. Can I not kill using Drain Life? Well, screw it.
I
just
never
gonna
liked that piece anyway.
Just
You
gonna
are
hit.
so predictable.
See, now he gets 2 turns to my 1. Kinda sucks. However, I now took away all of his werewolf pieces, so now he can't interact with the board in that way, which is good. Yeah, we're just gonna drain life. Okay. Clear the zombie. How do I want to do? I think I want to go here to set up for hitting guys in the next couple turns.
Go on, play.
Yeah.
It's very easy.
Let's go here. We can 2-on-1 the gargoyle. Or the vampire, rather. And then since that guy moved forward, you have 2 opportunities to kill someone. Yeah, we clear this guy.
I am not impressed.
literally any of these guys. Any roll I do hits. Now, if he kills that werewolf, which he didn't. GG.
It's not fair! I want to win! But you have earned the right to continue on your journey.
Just gonna check over again, make sure there wasn't anything special here. I think there was. Yeah. Okay. Off to the refectory.
She has the body of an innocent child, yet the wits and cunning of a seasoned predator. She will kill Gabriel in a heartbeat if she could. Beautiful Laura, who was turned many centuries ago, has lived a lonely, cruel existence ever since. Gabriel will have to be very careful from now on, as he can be sure that her mother, the one who commands here, is now fully aware of his presence, and that Laura herself still has some part to play in our tale.
All right. It's another stage that goes through relatively quickly. But without the stuff that you get through it relatively quickly, it is a pain in the ass. Here's your classic Diablo character. Fastest way to deal with that. Get this hunk of unidentifiable meat. So what's super bizarre about this is these things were open during that cutscene, but then you get down here and they close. So, like, the conveyance on what you're supposed to do here isn't the best. Let alone what's interactable is not the best on standard dev. Got a dude back here. Castle Cook has a key which I need. Damn, he looks repulsive. I dread to think what he feeds to those ghouls. I must have that key, but how? I must lure him out or find a way into the kitchen where he prepares his gruesome meals. No small task, for he looks like a worthy opponent. I am not sure I have the strength to deal with it. There appears to be a floor above this one, though I see no clear way to access it. There must be some secret to find that will aid me in this godforsaken place. My fairies are all but gone, and my dark crystal is incomplete. God has abandoned me here. They are coming. I can hear them. Forgive me, Iris. It seems I will never look upon your beautiful face again. And hints for a later puzzle. This guy's kind of interesting. So what's interesting about this person is that you can actually farm experience very, very well here. First thing to do is just basically beat him, nice and easy. Eats the meat, gets a little bit of health. Kind of interrupting some of his stuff that he does. Here we go. So, puts the pot on his head. Boom. So once you've done that, you wait until you get the tick of experience. Boom, got the tick. Restart from last checkpoint. Hit. Do it again. Get the tick, restart from last checkpoint. Just do that again and again and again. You just hit restart, jump, attack, do the QTEs. That's 1,000 every single time. Very fast way to get a bunch of experience. It's also kind of a cool lair for the kitchen hall. It's also kind of a cool room in general, just because it's like this opulent castle banquet hall, right? And it even still has like the stained glass in the background and such. But then you just have this platter filled with gore and guts inside of it for the ghouls. That fire is going nuts. Here's your potential for crystal there. The huge motif there. Big kind of statue. So, if you know the solution to the puzzle, you can just use fairies to buy yourself time to input it. But again, we're trying to show off more of the game and visually what's happening with it. And normally, this is where you're intended to find stuff. It's a really cool statue, also. There's another person there. Oh. That's a jump off to your death, huh? Oh wow, they actually expect you to, like, go all the way back? I haven't been up here in such a long time that I forget. I guess they do intend for you to go all the way back. Hilarious. Okay. You also get your magic here to solve the puzzle as needed. Alright, well. There. I've used 1 billion fairies. Please stop. That guy's also stuck on them. Beautiful. By the way, there are a ton of skeletons in that room, even if you kill those first 4. Which is why I really didn't want to have to deal with it.
The butcher who commanded the castle kitchens fed the corpses of the dead to the ghouls. The efficiency of the Queen's household is formidable indeed. The vampires drain the blood, and the ghouls feed on the remains. Nothing is left. Using his powers is making Gabriel far stronger than I anticipated. He will need more than physical prowess when he faces her. She can put a glamour upon his heart that will tempt him to forget everything he knows, even his beloved. She holds the next piece of the mask, and I fear that he will fall at the last.
Nice big animated armors there. So this is a super awkward jump that I never go for in runs because of that, basically. Like, you need to leave from a specific area and then land in a very specific area. Yeah. Like, if the plank magnetized you even a little bit... So you like that. If the plank magnetized you a little bit more than it does, then I might be more willing to attempt that. But as it stands, it's just too much chance of failure. Another stage we kind of demolish here. Really, there's not too many stages left that are kind of more legitimately done, I guess you could say. Even less so once I get a couple of the infinite jumps down. Yeah, I don't really feel like fighting you guys. They try to lock you in there, but as long as you know where the grab points are, you can even get that without super abusive stuff. We need a key. You can just drop, right? Yeah. It's pretty sure. Now, this isn't the one that you need to get into, but that's how you get hold of one of the special things. You jump over like that, right? Of course not. Why do you want to... Oh, maybe I need to do it like this. Yeah, that's how they intend for you to do it. As like, there's a glowing ledge over there, but... you wouldn't have the double jump now, so... have to approach it that way. If you could consistently get enemies stunned like that, instead of having it be a complete crapshoot every time that you attack them, combat system would be quite a bit better. But so often, the enemies can break out of it. That creates a real issue. Because Devil May Cry, this game does not. Okay. These little dolls there. I have assessed the expanse of the castle, and it is truly vast in size. The Dark Lord that rules here is well protected, and I fear none of our Brotherhood will ever come close enough to challenge him. It is cold here, and the wind chills to the bone. I'm fortunate not to have been discovered, but I do not know how long that will last. The castle was once a place where horrific experiments were conducted. I have heard folk tell of clockwork mechanisms that still continue to turn for no apparent reason, and strange contraptions that wander its dark corridors. Lightning strikes here often. Is that what gave life to these things? Is the castle itself a giant conductor for the vast amounts of energies needed to resurrect these unholy abominations, the experiments that created them? Did I read the script? There's some writing on the sides of this strange machine. The color shall no longer... color shall no longer the red. You drop the balls, all using your head. The boy was a gift from my mother, the queen. To get grown, all his must be great. You can start to see some of the dolls here as well. A lot of dolls. So, I like never have to do this puzzle. So, I am anticipating that this will take me a bit more normal. I don't remember what the super awkward part of this is. Did it.
This part of the castle was once where acclaimed scientist Friedrich von Frankenstein conducted his experiments into artificial life. He was quite mad, and often would conduct horrific and depraved acts, trying to discover the secrets of life itself. His own demise was equally gruesome. The vampire queen took him, but kept him alive, thus over many centuries. She fed on him daily, keeping him at the brink of death, yet living and aware. Why she did this is only known to a few. She once loved life and loved living things, and before she became a Lord of Shadow, she vowed she would punish Frankenstein for his vile acts. As a Dark Lord, she was able to keep her word.
Another level that we've completely destroyed before, but this one's actually not particularly hard to do correctly, so... Just basically requires you to make a couple of observations that are kind of important. And they give you the knives here. And the magic here, so that you're aware of what to do. What's up, Esper? I'll go Musu Games. Muso. Oh. It actually tells you how to solve this puzzle is the hint solution. Kind of funny. Yeah. Pretty soon we'll be done with this page, except for the notes. Just gotta finish up the chapter to get... Or not this chapter, but the next chapter to get... See what Laura's all about. The childlike appearance of Laura has led many to their deaths, for she is a deceptive, ruthless killer who has murdered hundreds of innocents over many centuries to satiate her blood craving. Although she has the body of a child, she has the cunning and intellect of someone far older. She can be particularly cruel, often treating the killing of her victims as a game. However, when at rest and alone, she remembers a time long past, a time of warmth and comfort, and a woman's beautiful voice singing to her as she sleeps, comforting her in the darkness, a life lost long ago. Evil Butcher. Monster of unknown origin has somehow become the official cook for the vampires. The Dark Lord uses the Evil Butcher to feed the ghouls, wargs, and other creatures that live within the castle grounds. He carries a huge iron cleaver as his main weapon. He is not really a fighter, but is dangerous and skilled with the tools found in his kitchen. However, due to his size, he needs constant refueling in order to maintain his stamina. I mean, Musou games in general, or Musou games in general, are not meant to be hard, per se, I would say. Not that they can't be, but they're not really designed to be hard. They're meant to be kind of popcorn games, in my opinion. Yeah, they're meant to just be fun, you know, run around, kind of power fantasy stuff. Now we must fight Baby! And it's been a long time since I've had to fight this boss in a run. Oh, fuck off. That was weird. He apparently decided to, like, not stand still that long. Because I think you can hit him on that first cycle. Oh, fuck. That's lame. Man. Oh well. Now, if this was on normal, then this would be another 17 minutes in order to get this fight done. I mean, this game does have lore, but it's also not really, really long. Because you just cheat and skip all the cutscenes. Turns out when you skip cutscenes, there's not a lot of lore in games. This. Okay. I think we do that. Yeah. Break this. Okay. Damn. Just trying to hit the corner there, and I didn't get my run. At least I think you can stick on that corner there. Yeah, because there's a dead body there that you can interact with. I'll do my comments for the what's it called? My comments for Muso games come from a place where I don't play a billion Muso games. I play them maybe once every couple of years. I'll play a game of it, so I don't get burned out on them really hard. Okay, monsters. Mechanical monstrosity. Vampires were not the first tenants of the castle. The previous owner was a scientist known as Friedrich von Frankenstein. He used the castle to conceal his horrific experiments on artificial life. The mechanical monstrosity was one such foray. Frankenstein created this giant scorpion-like machine using the brain of a malformed medical experiment gone wrong. However, his creature proved difficult to control and now rampages through the castle to eat anything that it can get its claws into. That's not true. I guess. So it says that the previous owner, but the thing is the previous owner before these, or for the Vampire Lord, was the Bernard family. Or the Bernhard family. So maybe they mean Frankenstein existed here before the Bernhard family, but yeah, the Bernhard family was here last. So that's weird. It's a weird inconsistency. Or perhaps a weird way to phrase it, since I guess it's technically
Gabriel
not
has finally defeated
since they didn't say
Frankenstein's
when.
abomination. This hellish place is enough to thwart any man's resolve, and yet Gabriel seems completely willing to continue to the bitter end. I hardly recognize my old friend now. A steely resolve has taken hold, and compassion is now gone from his heart. He doesn't sleep these days, more's the pity. He just rages at the world and those creatures that dare to confront him. This next challenge will tax his mind further, and I fear it may break it forever.
Another stage where we basically skip everything. I don't like this puzzle because it's too easy to not get the right angles you need to dash on that stuff. It's not that it's a terrible puzzle, it's just with the way analog sticks work, it's harder than it should be to do what it's asking you for. I found the green lens. No, D-pad is used for your sub-weapons. Then right stick is used for this. It's dark magic. Which ones do I not want to do? Let's see. Don't want to do blue. And I don't want to do teal. Yeah. I think you need to be going this way because of how the arrows are. Same issue, making sure you get the diagonals on there is kind of annoying. Found the white key. Oh, I found the white key, not the white lens. Big yellows. Okay. Hint scroll. The tiles on the floor appear to be some kind of key to opening the door. Managed to light one section by activating my last shadow gem in one of the corners. I simply can't do the fast enough to light all four. Information gathered from books found in Weigel's Abbey's library. From Weigel Abbey. According to local tales and some witchcraft texts, this castle was rumored to be haunted long before the vampires came to dwell among its halls. The legend was so powerful that, to this day, only a handful of people have dared to call the place home. Of the families that owned the castle, the Bernard clan supposedly made a pact with a hellspawn, which resulted in the building itself becoming possessed by a demon. Probably it is just a myth created to harm the reputation of the family, but the fact that the castle could be a living entity may explain how, after centuries, no one has been able to create a complete map of it, even after expending considerable resources on such an easy task. Wow, easy task shaming people. Jeez. What a jerk. Okay. Wasn't sure if that was actually stuff I could break. It's kind of the wisp that they use when something's decrepit and you can shadow charge it. Damn. I was just hoping that maybe, just maybe, this wasn't programmed the exact way that all of these are. No such luck. That's where the white key would be used, and you'd be like, oh man, glad I got this item off of this guy. Do this. Damn. Not allowed to do things fast. Go back the intended way, says the game. So, if you were to do teal, you activate this guy. If you were to do blue, you activate this guy. I think one of them has a person behind it. So it's not all for naught. Yeah. I mean, I went through every other door. Right? Went through green, went through white, through yellow, went through red. Yeah, so be purple. You purple.
It's not fair! I never lose! You're a cheat. And you're going to pay! play with my toys.
Damn. Okay. I was trying something a little different there for an experiment, but unfortunately, since you don't stun lock them out of that, it's gonna be strictly worse, I think. Get all up in them guts.
How dare you break my toys!
Gallo Belmont, hero of the new Doom game.
Not bad. But
So
that
this is
isn't
what
going
happens
to
if you
help
kill
you
them.
now.
You kill them without doing the grab, and she just resummons them, so that's why you have to do that. Otherwise, the stage would be even faster, as we could just blow like a dark crystal on them or something.
No! I told you I was going to win! Nobody beats me! Do you hear? Nobody! Don't resist. Embrace sweet death.
Marie. Fight it, Gabriel. This is not your time. Not now. Too much relies on you.
I have nothing left. I have done questionable things. I have failed.
I envy you. I envy you both. I don't want to play anymore.
A fine scene. Perhaps if they had cut the line of "I envy you both," might have been good, quote unquote. But because they decided to explain the emotion or whatever, kind of lame, kind of lame. I'm gonna take a short break here. 3-4 minutes, move around, stretch a bit, and then we'll continue on to the next chapter. See you guys in a bit. checking over something in my Discord real quick. Okay. Should be enough time. If anybody went to the water or whatever. So, still got one more chapter for the Land of the Vampires. Now, I will mention that the last couple chapters are very short. So, pretty much the longest chapters in the game are chapter 7, I think this is. So it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, rather. 2 and 8 are kind of the longest ones.
Curious,
2 is
isn't
somewhat
it?
off-put.
Love can be a
by,
powerful
a lot of
weapon, it
skips.
seems, even to those who are dead. Laura has spared him. Though she has the power to take his life, she has given it back, and all for love. Perhaps she remembers her true mother's arms around her, comforting her before she became this creature. Perhaps she remembers the feelings of love thought long lost to her heart all those years ago. A child's love is without bitterness or boundaries, a pure love. I wonder what will become of her, this lost soul, when we kill her present mother and send her to the pits of hell where she belongs.
It is a weird question. I wonder what will become of her, this lost soul, when we kill her present mother and send her to the pits of hell where she belongs? Kind of sounds like a statement more than a question. Yet another stage we skip a ton of. God. Shots of the castle are really good in this, though. You actually get to see some of the exteriors. Yeah, Lo. What I always say is, in my opinion, Lords of Shadow 1 is fine. And I feel its biggest problem is its combat, which is shocking considering this is ostensibly a character action game with, in my opinion, bad combat. So that should, like, instantly sink it. But I think that the rest of the package around it is so strong that it's still fine. It makes up for a lot of it. And it's not that the combat is irrecoverable, it's just there's some significant issues that I have with it. Okay. Skelemans also. Fuck off. That's the type of stuff that's just infuriating. And I know I'm kind of BSing the combat in this, but there's a reason for that, because I don't think it's particularly great. You kidding me? Whatever. Oh, we have more vampires now, by the way. Just in case you didn't get enough of the vampires before. Here's more. Oh, and I don't have any magic now. Because, you know, use the magic against the enemies. It's weird too, because they put in these combat arenas that were really frustrating, like this one, but then they also have the magic here, where you could just completely abuse magic the entire fight. So they kind of just shoot themselves in the foot. Anyway. Well, like, I don't even think that's necessarily true as far as the evolution of games that you're mentioning. And the reason I say that is because you still have plenty of character action games that have come out over time that are fantastic. You know, you still have Rising Revengeance, you still have Devil May Cry games that are coming out all the time. But, like, this game just falters heavily. I mentioned it earlier in the stream, but the two biggest problems that I have with it are, like, weapons are hard counters to enemies rather than tools to use against them, which is kind of dumb. And then you don't stun enemies enough. Like, it's relatively uncommon, even with the weakest enemies in the game and the smallest enemies, for your attacks to stop them from doing what they're going to do. So what that inevitably ends to you doing is doing this. Attack, 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 dodge. Attack, 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 dodge. Attack, 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 dodge. And that's... So you have this big, robust moveset, right? And oh, there's so many things you can do with it. But inevitably, until you've gotten everything in the game and know what you're doing, this is what you do. 1, 2, 3, dodge. 1, 2, 3, dodge. 1, 2, 3, dodge. Oh, it's a werewolf. Throw a knife. He's dead instantly. You know, like, it just doesn't work as well as you would want it to. Oh, and a third thing. This is, I guess, more of a personal preference, but I also think enemies have too much health in the game. I'm currently playing on Squire. Not because I think the things are impossible to beat or whatever. It's just, I think that on higher difficulty levels, they have way too much health. And it's too hard to get focus, I think, to build up your magic. Anyway. Back to more, I guess, positive things. This arena is technically escapable, but again, since we're trying to show off more of the game, we'll go ahead and fight it, so you guys can see. Is the camera good? Tough to say. The camera does a really good job presentation-wise a lot of times. but the camera also fails to show critical details in the platforming environment at times. That is not entirely the camera's fault, though. That is partially the fault of... I played this on PS3 first, and at least in that, pre-patched, I was having a really hard time seeing certain ledges and certain interactables. That might be a combination of a pre-patched version of the game and the fact that I was playing on a standard definition TV. But even 2010, like, HD TVs were not a given for people to have. So, for it to just be completely invisible for certain interactables on a standard def TV, I consider something of a failure on that end. Like, look at how cool this looks. Great shot. Pay no attention to the fact that the moon should probably be destroying the world if it's that big. You know, it looks nice. Get some of these things out of here. Like, looks super cool. Looks super nice. The models for enemies and stuff look nice, with the exception of Marie. Marie kind of has NPC face. Zobek kind of has NPC face also. But, like, visually it looks really good. Sound-wise it's good. The sound you might not be getting entirely because I kind of mix the audio a certain way so that I can hear certain things and not hear other things. But, like, again, the rest of the package around the combat is very solid. Yeah, like, what is it? If you go outside and look at the night sky or whatever, the moon is about the size of a pea or something. I forget what the comparison is, but, you know, people go, oh, the moon's so big tonight. It's like, it's not really that big. And it's definitely not, you know, 4 times the size of Cave real big. Anyway. It's just one of those funny things for presentation. You know, you get that in movies all the time, too. So, I'm not holding it against them. It's just one of those funny things you see all the time. It's like... What's it called? It's like torches in movies, or fire in general. There'll be, like, huge torches far up on castle walls in the middle of the daytime. It's like, they aren't providing light or heat. So why are there torches there? And who changes those torches? But, you know, you gotta let stuff like that go sometimes, or else you're just gonna drive yourself crazy. Anyway, Clockwork Tower. Oh, I should, go back here and check scrolls. I've seen a young child crying in the darkness. My first thought was to comfort her, but something stayed my hand. There was an evil surrounding her, something unholy. I made a quick escape up to the ramparts of the castle, and am now exhausted. I have been unable to scavenge many gems here, for many of my brothers did not get this far. I fear that the task set before us is impossible and the world is lost, but I must not give up. There's your hints. Yeah. All that stuff.
The vampire's mercy is playing on his thoughts. I see that clearly on his face. Perhaps Laura reminded him of poor Claudia. Seeing his beloved Marie again has brought it all back to him. Marie's love is all he has now, and the hope of holding her again, the only hope. He is close now, close to the bitch who commands these vampire vermin. Gabriel will make her pay for the injustices he has felt at her hands. She is powerful. She will try every trick in the book to tempt him to her cause. There is just the small matter of the clockwork tower to overcome first. Another mad invention of Frankenstein that I hope will only delay his sweet revenge.
This place is fucking cool, too. It's complete nonsense why this thing would need to exist, but it's pretty cool. Damn. Fine, I guess I'll do the dumb thing to get across. Forget, is there? Yeah. So that's where that guy is. But I remember this stage in particular was one that really gave me a hard time. I mentioned the PlayStation on a standard def TV. So you see how it's highlighting near the left side of the gear on that ledge? Throughout this entire stage, that stuff was either impossible to notice or didn't exist. One of the two. It was infuriating going through this section, and a couple other ones. Because, like, I'm looking for places where I can actually drop down and move about, and they just don't exist. So funny thing, if not for needing this elevator, you could probably clear this stage a lot faster as well. But you have to bring the elevator up to the end of the stage in order to finish it. Damn. It's a bad jump. Probably one more. I figured it just normal jump, at least. Cut out some of this balance beam. This is another really bad section. So, this, how I can bounce further up off of the wall and move while doing that, that is not documented anywhere in the game. Bouncing off the wall to jump off it is documented, but the fact that you can bounce further and further away from the wall and move during it, nope. You just gotta figure that out in this stage. Like, look at the texture on this marble, by the way. I think it's supposed to be marble, but pretty cool. This is another one. I believe, to my recollection, that ledge is invisible also. So, like, this is one where you can... There's certain ledges that I was able to surmise because of, like, camera changes. This one is not a very good angle to tell the player where they're supposed to go. Especially since there's, like, a gear there that you're like, am I supposed to jump and ride the gear, maybe? No. Just fall through. See? That's what you're supposed to But, you know, good luck figuring that out if, your first time. I forget this pattern. It's tap, 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 tap. Okay, and then I need to stop there. It's been a while since I've done this stage normally. Guy there. It's just the trial. So we need not until Baba Yaga. And go to the dead, okay. Deadly toys. Laura, the daughter of the Vampire Lord, has brought these puppets into existence using a dark spell of her own making. She is able to control these toys and transfer temporary life force from toy to toy, thus making them very difficult to defeat. However, so long as the spirit within is defeated, they cannot return. Inside, the crude stitching is the source of the spell, and by opening up the deadly toys, one can destroy the spell. This, in turn, will destroy the spirit forever, rendering the toy useless. See if I can do this goofy thing. I suppose it's practice, if nothing else. So, the funny thing, the platform's raised over there, but yeah, this is an invisible wall. It's possible to bypass it, and that's how you do the rest of the level skip. But that's one of those skips that's really contingent on the boss playing ball, kind of. If the boss decides it doesn't want to let you progress, then you will not. Time to stomp a baby. Statue in the background. Really cool.
The giant mechanisms and gears continue to turn, but Gabriel continues to foil them. He is now in the heart of evil. Darkness is all around, surrounding him from all sides. Here he will meet the brother of the one he destroyed in the village. His name is Olrox. The two brothers have been her greatest champions, yet I sense their reign of evil is ending here tonight. Olrox and his brother Brawner are traitors who took sides with the Queen when she became one of the Dark Lords. He has wreaked terror on the lands ever since. But now he will meet one who is greater, more powerful than he, one who will deliver a message without any mercy. Olrox, meet Gabriel Belmont and his vampire killer.
You shall not pass through here.
You shall not stand in my way.
Oh. I was just about to say, this might be my least liked fight in the game. And then I remembered not only is this fight not great, but there's a puzzle after it that has problems as well.
My lady will be pleased after I bring her your head. How dare you challenge my lady?
Welcome to the lame thing.
The Dark Lady
Especially how he closes that tomb after he eats for the first time. So you can't even get that one. That move sucks too, but for entirely different reasons.
How dare you challenge my lady? My lady will be pleased after I bring her your head. The Dark Lady watches over you.
By the way, I still got another one of these, even after he does this one. Fun boss. By the way, they don't really draw attention to the werewolves that much either. So, it's very conceivable that he could get multiple bites off of the same guy until you realize what's happening. It's also very conceivable you could make the mistake that I did, which was that because the first one, he bit him and then the crypt closed, I thought that's what was going to happen with all of them. So,
Dare
yeah.
you challenge my lady?
Not the best.
My lady will be pleased after I bring her your head.
I believe this is the last tomb.
The Dark Lady watches over you.
So, relatively simple puzzle, right? This is a pretty common one from adventure games. You have a pool of blood or something, and you need to make it between the nodes in a time limit. And you have this little maze of things, right? This is a relatively common puzzle. Here's the problem. This controls relatively poorly because you have to use the analog stick. And there is one in particular, I think it's the path to the left or the top left orb. I remember it being very tight on the amount of time that you have. And I have to really double down and say, this does not control well. Like, see, just a little slower there, and I don't make that. I forget where I head next exact. I believe it's like this. So you can either do all of that bullshit, or you can do the Bronner skip. Or the Olrock skip, rather. So you can do all of that bullshit, or you can do something like this. Just barely missed it. I'll give it one more try. I'm not gonna sit here and grind this out, so I'm gonna have to do that enough soon. There we go. So, you know, maybe this speedrun is busted and maybe pretty cool in how much stuff it just decides
The
to
blood of
disregard.
Olrox has opened the way to the Queen. She holds the next piece of the God Mask which Gabriel must acquire if he is to be with his beloved again. She will try to seduce him, to glamour him, but he will see through her mask, I'm sure of it. He is so very strong now, and even she must fear her own death at his hands. I can smell her fear, her stench. Vampires can sense the living, but the dead she cannot. She knows Gabriel is here, yet she cannot sense death close at hand also. She knows what it is he wants. Poor, beautiful Carmilla, you will cry bloody tears before this night has ended.
What's up, Primus? You ready to queue up the, I don't know what you'd call it. I guess it's a techno remix of Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the USS Enterprise.
I am told that you are looking for me, warrior. That you seek to obtain the power of my other half. You are brave and handsome. Would you not prefer to stay with me forever? I can show you many things, many pleasures.
Keep in mind
Your
this
empty
interaction.
promises mean nothing to me. You and your brothers have betrayed us all. You are the reason why the world is in darkness.
You are a fool, Gabriel. You think I don't know who you are? My sister in her piety wanted nothing but good for the world. But in her arrogance she begat me and brought doom upon herself. Mankind is ruined, and you must choose sides, warrior.
I choose life, not death and decay as you have.
Death is merely a question of perspective. We are not so different, you and I. Your god cannot save you now. You will be one of us eventually. It is inevitable.
No. I will take the three powers and unite them.
You would kill those who founded your own holy order? You are even more cold-blooded than I. Who is the real monster here, Gabriel?
You note that her robe is very reminiscent
You
of his
poor,
Holy Order
deluded
clothes
fool.
also. Just
you
like
think you can bring
Cornell's
someone
was.
back from the dead, don't you? Someone you love. You are betrayed. There is no resurrection. Only this living death you see before you. Join her then. Go, my children. Drink his blood.
She doesn't get to do her electricity thing.
Arrogant human! Do you really think that you can defeat me?
Where are your vampires? Oh, I guess it's only if you didn't kill them in the previous phase. Interesting. So normally there's vampires up here, and I normally kill them using a dark crystal.
Look upon Carmen.
Hi.
Am I not beautiful?
Yeah, this is the end of chapter 7. This is the end of chapter 7. Alright, where are we at here? Yeah. We can wait until after the fight. Cover more stuff.
You'll regret rejecting me, Gabriel! Arrogant human! Do you really think that you can defeat me?
Don't miss this cutscene QTE in a run. Be disastrous. Notice that we broke off the end of the vampire killer stake there.
Oblivium. Sempiternum. Daemonis.
Ain't no one bullying the Dracula in this universe in Esper.
Soon, the destiny of every living being will be in the palm of your hand.
I now know that the founders of the Order created the Lords of Shadow. They are one and the same. They ascended into heaven as pure spirits, but left behind their dark sides. Why are we paying the price for their arrogance and stupidity? Tell me, what am I fighting for?
Only when we look inside ourselves can we truly begin to understand.
What is this sorcery?
How far are you prepared to go to uncover the truth?
See, you think Dracula gets bullied into Alucard, but he actually doesn't. He actually loses the fight on purpose so that he gets access to Zobek. I have gone on record before as saying Gabriel is the strongest Castlevania character. After him, then you have like kind of a coin toss. Kid Dracula is a good call for second strongest. Not Alucard, but Kid Dracula. Phone's first.
So Pan comes again with words of wisdom and advice for our hero. Gabriel is angry now. Carmilla's betrayal has made him question his own faith. The Brotherhood means nothing to him anymore. He only wants his Marie back. He now has 2 pieces of the mask, and only one more to find to make it complete. He must travel now to the land of the dead, and he must face the final Lord, Death himself. There are still many leagues to travel, and I cannot risk being seen, for I doubt even one of his Brotherhood could help him now. He must go where none may follow, into the abyss.
That's not true. Saturn Maria can become invulnerable for 1 minute. Big difference. Soma's up there. Soma's up there for sure. Seraph Shoulders. Carmilla, being one of the founders of the Brotherhood, received these magical shoulders as a gift from the Order for her devotion and purity of spirit. Crafted with the feathers of an archangel, originally the seraph shoulders allowed their wearer fly short distances, but now, after centuries of misuse by the corrupted vampire Dark Lord, only a fraction of their true power remains. Oh, we didn't do Full Rock. Another demon-spawned vampire. He and his younger sibling were both inhuman before the Dark Lord found them and turned them. In fact, they didn't belong to this earthly plane at all, being lesser nether demons, begat in the deepest corners of hell. How they came into our world is still a mystery, but what is known is that the vampire Dark Lord found them and used her influence upon them. Carmilla. 3 founding members of the Brotherhood of Light were brave warriors who sacrificed their physical bodies in order to become spiritual beings, able to fight God's wars against evil. They performed a mystical ritual to transform themselves into angelic creatures. Their intentions were honorable, but they were deceived. Their spirits were fractured. Their good sides being transported to heaven as angelic beings, while their dark sides were left behind. The second of the founders, Carmilla, was a highly skilled healer, and her talents knew no equal. Pure of soul and chaste in mind and body, she was renowned for her love of all living creatures. When the spirit left her body on that fateful night, her love for life and her purity were corrupted, giving birth to the vampire Dark. She became a hoe. Just like the lycanthrope Dark Lord, the vampire queen was granted an animal-like manifestation of the dark parts of her spirit. It is pitifully ironic that for a healer with such a love of life, she would be transformed into a blood-sucking monster that consumes the energy of living creatures in order to survive. This ungodly bat demon uses the seraph shoulders to fly and can conjure at vampire warriors at will from anywhere in the castle. We'll go to Headless Burrower because we're going to be getting this soon. These undead creatures are the decapitated remains of warriors from the Brotherhood. Necromancer magic has reanimated them, and they prey on fellow warriors who bear arms for the Brotherhood. Using their heads, they can attack at will, biting and tearing their victims. However, it is their bodies that are their weak spot, and anyone caught in a battle with zombie heads would do well to remember that. Alright. Yeah, Julius does in fact beat some lame aristocrat Dracula and incinerate him. Meanwhile, Gabbo Belmont is here fist-fighting Satan, which he wins. And then Satan gets butthurt and hits the juice really hard and still gets his ass handed to him. Again. Like, really hard. It's not even close. Boy, that thing really doesn't want to work. So that jump is possible, but been having trouble getting it to work well lately. Which is a bit unfortunate. Low LLP. This is true, but Julius is also much older at the time, and presumably Belmonts aren't immune to the effects of age. forget what I'm supposed to do against these guys. I thought I remembered grabs are kind of important against them, but maybe that's not until you get them stunned like that. How about fire knives? Nah, not really. If you're wondering why I'm doing guillotine a bunch, it's because one of the things that you learn when you quote-unquote master the combat of this game is that a lot of different enemies have a really hard time tracking you in the air. And guillotine is a really strong attack, and it's relatively quick, and it gets you back on the ground quickly enough so that you can dodge a lot of things if they do decide to be big jerks. Nice. I think the final fight was fine in Lords of Shadow 2, with the caveat that I do think that... Did I just enter this from the back way? With the caveat that I do think you should have actively fought Satan at the end, instead of what they did. It's still a cool fight, both of the ones. I think you're referring to the fight with Death, is one of the things. But you also have the fight with Alucard that's also pretty cool. I'm not too worried about spoilers as much in here, Lo. Like, don't go out of your way to, you know, just completely bombard chat with them, but I've played these games enough, and I've run these games enough and talked about them enough randomly that most people that are going to be here are going to have a good idea of the story, at least at face value. Oh, so, I mentioned that to keep a note, Gabriel's reaction to Carmilla when he was talking to her at the beginning of their encounter, that will become super relevant. And man, you guys don't even understand how laughable Carmilla is in Lords of Shadow 2, based on their interaction there. Lords of Shadow felt like it went out of its way to not only make a poor attempt at a story, but in many ways betray a lot of the very essence of the things that worked in Lords of Shadow 1's story. Like, either retconning them, changing them, completely changing character motivations, how they act to one another, all that stuff. It's kind of embarrassing. The second thing that I noted is that, or that I mentioned, was to note that the end of the stake of the vampire killer is in Carmilla's corpse, basically, or what was left of it. And kind of collapsed with the last bit of that castle, probably. That becomes somewhat relevant. Well, actually very relevant, I should say, later on. Well, I mean, Mirror of Fate is on PC now. And I think it is on consoles now as well. It's a downloadable title. It's also not a very good game, so I would not recommend... Unless you guys really need to know about Lords of Shadow lore, and you feel the need to play every Castlevania game, don't get Mirror of Fate. Mirror of Fate's quite bad. It's quite bad. And I say that is a person that I feel like is very fair to games. Like, to say that Lords of Shadow 1 isn't bad. It's not, like, good either. It's fine. Lords of Shadow 2 is not bad. It's fine. You know, I think that's fair. So if I can look at those games and be like, these games are okay, and I'm saying that Mirror of Fate sucks, and is one of the 2 legitimately bad Castlevania games that have existed, like, that should say something.
Cold, very cold. Cold, very cold.
I think I said it last stream, the very short of what I'll comment on for Lords of Shadow 2 is I feel like they fixed the combat problems in Lords of Shadow 1, and then everything else was worse. So it's like, you fixed the thing that your genre is supposed to excel at and made it palatable, and then you just ruined everything that you did correctly in the first game. So, like, artistically it's worse. Like, not just from, like, an art style background, but I think mechanically it's even worse. Like, this game has much better lighting, I feel like, for example. Better model work as a whole, I think, as well. They made this big open world, but the big open world doesn't really, like, do anything for it, also. They go to great strides to betray several story and plot points and character points of Lords of Shadow 1 and Lords of Shadow 2, or sorry, Lords of Shadow 1 and Mirror of Fate. And technically, even their own game is kind of inconsistent at times with that. It's a mess. It's a mess. But again, they fixed the combat. So, it's fine. Something that I've discussed before, I think I discussed this with Alucard multiple times, and I mentioned it on stream before, is like, the question you have to ask yourself then, and something that I'm not really sure what the answer is okay fine in this day and age? Where you have easy access to tons of 4 out of 5 and 5 out of 5 games. Is it okay to be a 3 out of 5 game? And I'm not really sure what the answer to that is. It's a hard one, for sure. Because it's like, you want to be fair to the games, but at the same time, like, why am I even playing this game if it's not going to be great? It is said that a witch haunts these parts, so I must be on my guard. I have come across terrible creatures and faced incalculable challenges along the way. But I have found strength in God through this adversity. I have developed considerable skills with weaponry, and a command over light shadow magic has proven useful. I feel I am strong enough to challenge anything now, and few creatures could take me in one-on-one combat. Let the Lord of Death fear. Enzabra. I have seen him. Gandalfi lives. He hides in the forest in the guise of an old beggar. I'm sure it was him. He is a warrior we have been hoping for. He will take down the Lords of Shadow with his legendary weapon and save us all. I knew he would return. Praise be to God. Chupacabras wander these parts. I must warn the Brotherhood. The pesky creatures do nothing but steal relics and play stupid games. We have more important things to do than partake in trite games. We have to save the world from the Lords of Shadow. The dead walk the earth and the land suffers. I suggest we kill the chupacabras once and for all and wipe their existence from the face of this world. This will be God's work, and it is God who commands us. Kill the scum. Man, that guy really hates chupacabras. No new enemies, I think, right? Scarecrow, creeping corpse, creeping coffin. Okay. We got a couple things to go. Oh, come on. This is... There you go. Only took you 3 attempts. It's another consideration as well, Alucard.
The stench of death is strong. A witch holds power here, but I sense Gabriel is more than a match for her. The bones of his fellow warriors litter the place, but he seems oblivious to them. Stoic and determined to move forward, he doggedly fights on. He has not slept for days, he rests only briefly. I sometimes hear him talking to her, telling her he loves her, that they will be together again. In the dark, he weeps for her, or perhaps it is for his own lost soul.
Lost your way? Oh, lost your way? Master told Baba you would come.
Who is your master?
The king, of course. The king of the angels. Lost your way, then? Baba can help. Baba knows the path.
Where is it? Where must I go?
Only in the music box can Blue Rose grow. Baba wants to be young and pretty again. Bring Baba Blue Rose. Baba will show you the way to the land of the dead. Baba shrink you small enough to enter the box. Inside you must pass the test and bring Baba Rose back. Baba will be young again. Oh, yes. Box locked. Scarecrows took keys. Oh, bad scarecrows. Keys of 3. Bring me 3, and you will see. Baba glad to set you free. Find keys and bring to Baba. Baba not lie to you. 3 keys. Go no further without the keys.
I will get them for you, but you must promise to help me.
Yes, yes, promise I will. Keys first. Go, go!
When are we gonna get the Baba Yaga interpretation? That's just giant Baba. Another stage that once again we completely skip normally. also don't remember this place super well. I know that there's like a couple of trigger points that you have to hit, typically. Or maybe I need to release a crow. I may need to release a crow swarm randomly. Four of these. Yeah, okay. I think I'll need to shake that one once before everything else kind of activates. Fiddlesticks entering the lane. Oh, Fiddlesticks, you aren't supposed to be in the lane, you're supposed to be in jungle. There's our new, I think those are our new crows. Maybe not. I'm gonna go over here again. This seems like a lot of work, but it's better to do this now than to have to like kind of backtrack on a couple of these things. Alright, let's see if this is it. I get one for going back here. Basically, I'm looking for, like, you summon multiple families of crows. I'm trying to figure out where the... It's here. Trying to figure out where I get the next crow storm. This one? Huh. Alright, well, I guess we'll just move it until, can't move it anymore. Also, look at these. I've seen my death, and it is horrible indeed. But I am comforted that my dreams tell me that one will prevail and defeat the Lords of Shadow. I wonder, is he already searching the land and laying waste to those who would destroy everything we love? If he is, then Godspeed, my friend. Kill and keep killing in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Let all who stand in God's way feel his... This land was once teeming with life and beauty. Now look at it. Stench of death is everywhere. The scarecrows see everywhere, or see everything. And I have heard that the crows of Malphas watch over this place and report back to their mistress. An old legend is written that an old An old legend is written that a witch killed the lover of Malfess and that she swore revenge on her. I wonder if the old crow still lives, or if it's just another scary bedtime story for children. On these posts were live once I didn't believe her, but now, after days of watching over one of them, I am not sure what to believe. Yesterday, a couple of birds landed on the scarecrow's head, and I could swear that I saw the thing move to catch them. Immediately, I grabbed my sword and attacked the monster, but it remained inert, without responding to my bullets. Alright. Look at these burbs. Okay, there we go. There's our trigger. Send them back there. Okay. Acquired the next key. Crows flew somewhere else. Lame. Can't believe they flew that way. I don't remember which one of these I need to do next. Okay. So we need to push that onto there and then push them forward again. Look at these pumpkins. Ah, yes. This trigger. I mean, not Castlevania. It has Castlevania in the title, and it's from Konami. It's a Castlevania game. It's okay, people. Your favorite series of games can have bad entries or ones that you don't like. Let's see what Baba Yaga has to say about this. This old hag is the subject of many a myth in popular folklore, mostly appearing as an evil witch who eats children and lives in a cabin that stands on a pair of chicken legs. While parts of these legends are true, her house does not stand on chicken legs, though as for the rest, who knows? Baba Yaga likes to brew a special tea made from extremely rare blue rose petals, which temporarily transforms this hideous old hag into a beautiful young woman. Although she will sometimes help people, it's usually very dangerous to ask her for a favor unless you are very polite and can offer her something in return. Scarecrow. The Scarecrows are magical constructs of the Crow Witch Malphus that attack and kill anything that moves. Malphus created the Scarecrows to keep Baba Yaga under her watchful eye and, where possible, to nullify her power by restricting her movements. The Scarecrows are roused by the birds which follow the evil Crow Witch's bidding. Scarecrows are extremely fast and attack with razor-sharp sights. So you're saying Tokameki Memorial is a Castlevania game, Alucard?
Good. Good. Now, Baba, put you inside the box.
What?
Close your eyes, or spell will blind you. Septum contra bestias fabulae.
The old hag has cast a spell on Gabriel, making him very small. Small enough to enter the music box and retrieve the blue rose she so obviously desires. This old witch has me nervous. Something she said has filled me with disquiet. She mentioned the King of the Angels. I am sure I heard her correctly. What does this mean? Why do I have this feeling of dread? I hope Gabriel will succeed, and quickly, so that we may be on our way. When he has gone, I will kill this evil crow, so that she may not be a danger to anyone else, ever again.
You can't stutter. It's written.
Find blue rose for Papa.
And you didn't put a kappa, which means that you actually believe that. No one has ever joked about anything ever on Twitch without putting a kappa.
Many knights help Papa before you. Yes, yes, many.
It's a really cool looking thing also.
They tasted so good. Very good knights.
I don't think that this was... I think this was fine as a stage. Its biggest problems were certain mechanical things in it. Like, some of the collisions a little fucky. Like, maybe they could have given you a tiny bit more time in between cycles of certain things. But I think as a puzzle platforming thing, it worked out okay.
Papa knew you would come.
I actually don't remember these puzzles perfectly. I'm trying to recall from memory, like I know this is here.
You have all the music. Now, get blue rose for Papa.
So there's technically another side path that you can take in order to get another knight. I am not going to get that. That's just extra time. But basically you'd have to go past the electricity and then go left instead of right. Oh wow, that's hilarious. The hint just tells you what to do. It's hilarious. Alright, well. Anyway. So I know it goes red, and blue is lightning, then purple for the flame. Red for those. Green is spiked, so that has to be last. I think it's like that.
Roses!
Also kind of a cool rendition of the theme. See, you could go this way instead.
The rose. Give to Baba. Give to Baba.
Here.
Careful. Oh, pretty. Oh, pretty.
Now keep your promise.
Of course, of course. Baba, good woman. Baba, not lie.
Baba Yaga sent our hero to the Titan's graveyard, and I have sent her soul to the underworld. She will trouble us no more. Now my friend enters the land of the dead, and his final battle is coming. I must find my own path and try to meet with him at some point. For now he is on his own. The land requires sacrifice. Sacrifice I hope that he can make, because without it he will not get very far. I must have faith in him now. The seed was sown long ago, and it flowers beautifully. He has come this far down the path. I must believe that he will go all the way.
Hey. Is there any side stuff here? I don't think so. Yeah, nothing. Feels weird not being able to do any of the skips right now, but every once in a while I can skip a couple things. Really cool landscape here also. Once again, last time I talked about like how this game was made during the dirge of like everything is brown and gray, right? Don't get me wrong, this game is brown and gray and green. But its art direction is such that it doesn't just feel abysmal in that way. Like, there's a lot of things to look at, a lot of visual interest. It's not just looking at dirt piles for 40 hours. This guy is one of the enemies I hate the most. Mainly because these guys don't give a fuck about anything that you're doing to them. They just attack. And a lot of their attacks kind of stretch. I would say it has more than a few good set pieces. I'd say this game is kind of filled with set pieces, which is nice. That is something that they did take away from God of War. Along with a lot of other stuff, but, you know. You know how it be. That's a fair concept as well, Alucard. You know, this is during Brown and Gray time. It would be a whole 4 years from now before we discovered Blue and Orange, right? Game designers hadn't picked up that, hey, people are getting sick of Brown and Gray. Maybe we should do Blue and Orange for the next 40 years. Actually not go backwards? Fall off here, right? Really? So there's actually stuff down there. So if I didn't get it at the beginning, then you can't backtrack for it? That's real dumb. Also doesn't make much sense. We're not missing out on much, but basically if you go down there, there's a skeleton fight and a guy. For some reason, I like this picture as well. And more so even, you can get a good angle on this. This is another really good shot. Then you got your holy water here for your New Game Plus run. Oh, I hated this. This was another one of those ones where, how the fuck, right? Like, it looks like this is just leading into this skeleton, and this is just invisible. like, you guys couldn't do a camera angle change or something? Come on, guys. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted. Now you can all die. Perhaps I'm getting tired of this stage. Maybe I should just leave it. I wouldn't do that to you guys. I know you guys desperately want to know about the lore of this game. So, we will avoid doing ridiculous amounts of skips for now. This is how you get back there, but unfortunately you still actually have to beat these idiots. Oh, nice. Didn't even have to kill that one. So if you recall at the beginning of the game, the Titans were specifically built to fight the Necromantic Wars. And we are in the realm of the Necromancer Lord. And all of these Titans are all booty blasted. These guys really want me to fight, but nah. Nah, man. One must learn shadow magic in order to truly understand the evil we face. One must become evil in order to destroy it. There is no place in heaven for us when we become that which we fight against. Many have fallen, their bodies lie scattered like leaves in the wind. The prophecy speaks of one that is pure of heart, yet none pure of heart may pass here. If anyone is strong enough to stand against death himself, then I fear he may be a blight on mankind also. Maybe we are destined to be ruled by evil, the strong conquering the weak. Perhaps that is God's will. Yeah, we have Lord of the Dead. Creeping Corpse. There's a strange magical root that only grows in the land of the dead, which feeds on the carcasses of dead creatures. This plant consumes all the organic material around it, and, after it is satiated, evolves from the corpses it has ingested to become a living being. Once fully grown, the creeping corpse looks for living creatures to devour. Creeping Coffin. Sometimes a creeping corpse feeds directly from a dead body still in its coffin. In such cases, the plant doesn't leave, but instead uses the coffin as armor. For mobility, the creature plunges its branches through the sides of the coffin and extends them, becoming a four-legged monster that's even more dangerous than usual.
Powerful necromancers have used this once sacred ground to build an army of the dead. Conquering nearby lands, legions of zombies have devoured the living and given rise to this desolation. No man has traveled here without meeting death. Gabriel now faces his toughest challenge. He now bangs his fists on the very doors of hell on earth, and the Lord who commands here is listening, waiting for him, smiling.
It appears that our paths cross once more.
But one path must end here.
I grow tired of your riddles. Speak clearly for once.
Nothing is ever completely clear, warrior. You are shrouded in darkness. You act as though blind to the truth. Let me enlighten you.
Let's see how powerful you are without your magic.
Oh. Good jerk. I don't think I've ever seen him use an unblockable move as his first move.
Take your precious light power back. Is this the best you can do? You cannot counter light with a light, fool. You will need also shadow magic to win. Take it.
Why? Why did you make me fight you?
Because this is how it must be. We must all make sacrifices in order to find redemption.
No, I did not want this. I did not ask for this.
Blood must be spilt for this path to be opened to you. I accept my fate. Can you accept yours?
I am not worthy. I am not of pure heart.
So the old god is dead. It has come to this at last. The blood of a god has opened the way. Good, Gabriel, very good. There is only one true God, and all usurpers must be cast aside, though Pan's sacrifice was not in vain. Now our warrior of light can proceed to his final destiny. The Lord of the Dead is the most powerful of the Lords of Shadow. Gabriel will need every ounce of his being to defeat him. I worry for him, though. His mind is tired, broken even. He questions his faith, he questions his heart. Can he succeed? Come, my friend, just a bit further, and you shall see your Marie again.
There's our guy up there. Took me days of hard work setting it up, but I found a way to close the 3 locks of the giant birdcage structure. It was so easy, and all I needed was a power crystal to energize the keys. Now the rest of the knights will have to lure the creature out here to trap it inside and get out of this cursed graveyard. The heat is incredible. I don't think I can make it. If it hadn't been for Gandolfi and his incredible creation, I wouldn't have got this far. God protect him and the one who was chosen. God protect us all from from the spell. There's nothing but death before me. The fires of hell burn bright, and there is no escape. The Lord of the Dead sees all, and I am here fighting creatures that resemble corpses. I hear the tortured screams of my brothers, and my skills seem useless against all but the weakest of the creatures. Just becoming focused requires extreme skill. Heaven help me, I fear I am not up to the task. Silver Warrior. Pan, once revered as a god, rarely changes into this form, preferring peace and to protect all living things. The magical silver armor is a remnant of ancient times, a tool used for fighting the forces of evil that hasn't been worn by him for centuries. Now, out of necessity, Pan adorns his body in this ancient armor to test Gabriel one final time. Pan puts his trust in God, for no knight that is false can survive the test of arms. The loser will provide the ultimate sacrifice according to God's will. Zombies are the most basic creations of a master necromancer and form the rank and file of the Lord of the Dead's army. These reanimated corpses are an amalgam of different body parts sewn together in a rough humanoid shape, so it is not uncommon to see zombies with more than one head or multiple arms. Zombie carcasses are very fragile and weak, so they usually attack large groups using their numbers to overwhelm an enemy. Oh no. Stolen my powers. But why did we put screaming faces on the cage? Shut up. Okay. Oh, right. Took my sprinting powers too. Nice and slow. Yeah, I don't remember. I know conceptually what I'm supposed to do, but I don't remember exactly where to do.
Hello! Hello! Scalding hot! Scalding hot! Ha ha! Blind you are! Sort of saint you are! Ha ha! Found me! Ha ha! Found me! Hot! 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 Hot!
You're really in love with these puzzles where it would be trivial to solve them if you could get a better angle at seeing stuff. Stuff just getting concealed by the two-dimensional nature of what you're doing.
fueled by the very flames of hell itself. The crematory oven is where the gravedigger does his ghastly work. A powerful demon, whose mighty shovel can cleave a man in two with one stroke. The gravedigger will rip the very soul from Gabriel, given half the chance. Yet I sense that our hero is more than a match for this creature. This could be interesting indeed. I sense Gabriel's rage welling up within him, and I wonder who is the more terrible, our hero or the demon.
Look at this Silent Hill Homecoming boss. Either the hardest or second hardest QT in the game here. Behind the pan one. Keep in mind, hard is relative, right? I recently learned that this back jump here doesn't work correctly. So because of that, you actually have to hold the direction. And sometimes it doesn't even work anyway. Just like that. What a cool game, right? There we go. We have this path over here that leads to another night. Of note that lava is in fact rising and will consume you and kill you if you don't move quickly enough. Gravedigger. The necromancers had to keep a constant supply of corpses in order to build their army of the undead. To sustain the immense cemeteries where all the bodies were kept, the necromancers relied on the Gravedigger, an enslaved, nameless demon mutated and empowered with tainted magic of these evil sorcerers. The Gravedigger uses a giant shovel to exhume the dead, and this also makes a formidable weapon in combat. Nice little vista there as well. Showing off the Necromancer's Abyss. Okay. I'm going to take a quick 3 or 4 minute break. We're going to finish up the game here, or the normal game. I don't know if we're going to start the DLC. It might make sense to wait on the DLC until the next stream, because I don't know if I'll be able to finish it tonight. And it's probably getting late for certain people that, who knows, might want to actually watch this. So I think the plan will be to finish up the game and then call it. But I'm going to take a 3 or 4 minute break. We'll be back in a bit. check in on a couple of chat things before we get started up again. All right. Let's get back to it.
And so it begins. The necromancer's abyss lies at his feet. He is dark and terrible, and the cries of the dead follow him wherever he goes. There is nothing but hate in his heart. Hate for those who have taken his beloved, who have made him do terrible things, who have taken his humanity. Now reap the whirlwind, scions of death, for comes the Prince of Darkness.
So, even though this is kind of an annoying puzzle, it is pretty cool, the effect that it has on the world and stuff. But we got our first two guys there and at the puzzle itself. I didn't look at that. I am trapped on this floating rock. This land is one huge, insane puzzle with hundreds of mirrors that you can teleport you anywhere. Such is this Such is the so-called aperture magic from the necromancers. Such is the so-called aperture magic from the necromancers. The problem is working out which mirrors take you where. I have been here all day and all night, and I grow more weary each time I take another door. Why does death not find me and take me? I mean, I already know the answer to this. Colors are movements. That was what the witch said before bringing me here. At first, I didn't know what she was talking about, but now I am sure that it's related to these tiles on the ground. So the idea here is that you basically pick, like, a month, a day... Sorry, a zodiac, a day, and a moon phase. And based on that, we'll change something. You can kind of see the moon in the right side of the screen moving around. So, you know that this kind of manipulates the moon. Now you look at the moon phase. You're like, okay, well, what this does. Then you look at the zodiac, and the zodiac tweaks as well. So the idea is that you want to get both of these things inside of the huge circle that's just above me and get them to eclipse one another. I believe a solar eclipse, I think. But a lot of this would just be kind of playing around to figure out what it is. I do not know if any of these have a particular connotation, like Aquarius or anything. See, so we've worked out where to put the sun in position, and we know that the day only affects the moon. So, now it's just playing around until you find the right position. Which, by the way, the Lord of the Necromancers just has this contraption that can completely change celestial bodies' positions in the sky. At least in his realm. So, nice little trick thing here. So they put this here. They got this guy. They put this portal here, and they kind of put it with the intent of tricking you here as you come out to end up over here. And you're like, what? That's crazy. I have to go this way? But funny enough, the position that you open up the or go through the portal here dictates how you come out, so you can actually do stuff like that. Not a lot of places in here that's particularly useful, but it's mildly interesting. Thanks, game. Didn't give me my run. Yep. There's some Reaper Ghosts. Those guys are a problem, as even though they are relatively weak health-wise, they hit for 1 billion damage. Thus, pretty dangerous. Pretty dangerous. Been a while since I've done these sections. You know there's some goofy stuff when it comes to triggers. actually go through that door to gate again to show off some of the weird stuff. There's not much more of the game left, so as well show off some interesting stuff. Like, if you fall there, you just end up back here. Here's another kind of weird thing about this one. So, you can do extended high jumps to, like, trigger stuff that you probably shouldn't be able to. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, maybe not here, I guess. Maybe it's the other portal. Yeah, I guess it's the other portal. Alright, well, we will check it out, the other portal. It's a lot of weird checkpointing also. Because you don't really fall to your death in this stage like you do in other ones, you just kind of teleport back to platforms. So if you can hit certain, not death collisions, but that equivalent, you can kind of sequence break certain screens. Okay. Character down there. I think you might even be able to do this. Do weird stuff like that. Yeah, this is the one. So we'll do this normally first, I guess. So this is kind of a troll thing where it's like, land on the platform in the background. But, yeah. Not mistaken. Yeah, just teleport up that way instead. Pretty clever. And funny enough, that leads you over to this side. So now we're on the other side of the map from where we originally started. That was what I was confused about, because it was where we ended rather than where we started. Which means I'm going to have to backtrack a little bit, but I managed to remember the thing I wanted to remember, which is good. And what does that mean for anything else? Not a lot, but that does mean that that is one of our fastest ways to initiate a activating the portal in case we fail the Necromancer's Abyss skip. So if it is just not working at all, then we could kill the Necromancer and then force it that way. And that would suck really bad, but at least we could finish a run. That just leads to the cache of weapons there in a body. Big parkour there from Gabriel. Very dusty in this area. A second necromancer. Would have thought. Can't mess around too much in this area because I've got collision bugs before, and I really don't want to redo this entire stage. Can do this, though. This is pretty safe. That too. Super cool tunnel there. Alright, what else do we got going here? So much as it appears frequently in necromancer lore, sometimes referred only as the key, which seems important to enter their domains. The 4th week of the month of the Virgin, the shadow will be more powerful than the light, and the path to the abyss shall be revealed. I've been waiting for that day for months now, but time seems to have frozen since I arrived. Reaper. Only powerful sorcerers can summon and control these dangerous spirits. The Reapers are corporeal manifestations of death itself. Their aspect depends on the beliefs of those who confront them, but most people perceive the Reapers as skeletal figures with long tunics wielding large scythes. Necromancer. Necromancy is the most evil of all the schools of magic and can only be performed by the followers of the Dark Lord of the Dead. Unlike vampirism and lycanthropy, the powers necessary to control the energies of the deceased are not easily acquired. The Dark Lord only shares a small part of his power with his followers, who themselves must die in order to use the powers given to them. Once dead, they become his thralls, and their master is able to control them with no considerable power. What's up, Tally? We are finishing off the normal chapters of this game, we're gonna call it. Alright. So now the Draco Lich.
Look at him, so dark, so beautiful. He has come for his revenge, and he shall have it. A killing machine without remorse, without pity. What has happened to you, Gabriel? What have you become? Love has blinded you, but you have changed, my friend. Your quest is almost over. The dream is in sight. Now you must face death, and you must defeat it. The mask is a powerful device, and he who wields it can do anything. Bring back the dead, rule the world, destroy the universe, challenge God himself. You are the one, Gabriel. You are the one.
Damn, it's windy up in this bit.
Impressive, warrior. I'm amazed you've come this far.
I have come to end this, sorcerer.
By whose authority? What right do you have to judge me when so much blood has been spilt by your own hands? Look at you. You revel in death. We are one and the same, you and I.
You will not stop me.
No, I will not stop you. Look upon me, hypocrite. Gaze upon glorious death.
Oh, that's not death. Death is, the next thing we fight. But this is still pretty cool. When do we get to fight this in Monster Hunter? Alright. So, the Drake Village. Necromancers are evil wizards who can control the dead with dark powers. The most common belief is that this power is limited to deceased humans, but in fact it encompasses all dead creatures, as demonstrated by this monster, the reanimated carcass of a dragon. This massive creature, a remnant of our prehistoric past, died long before the necromancers came to this land and was buried under tons of rock, eventually becoming a fossil. When the Dark Lord built his fortress in this desolate land, he discovered the carcass and reconstructed it using magical ruins to bind evil spirits to the ancient bones. Should the necessity arise, this monster is able to perform one last duty for its master. So, this fight is extremely long and kind of frustrating until you figure out how it works. It's one of those things where I'm glad that there's a whole stage skip for it, but now the real thing becomes, do I remember how to move on this thing? And the answer is kind of. That was a mistake. By a mistake, I mean you can actually jump and miss the rib bone. So, kind of took a risk there. I also think I missed a ruin, so... Guess we'll find out soon enough. That was kind of terrifying. I was kind of worried that that didn't actually work. And he just fell off randomly. There we go. Now, on the upside, typically in Titan fights, once you make some progress on them, it's easier to recover it, as long as you know how to mount them again, which is not necessarily the easiest thing in the world. But as long as you know how to, you can get back where you were relatively easily. Thing is, I've also been moving relatively fast on this Dracolich in order to kill it. I think I made a couple of missteps, but not many. But I'm not even close on the time trial. And that's because the time trial basically requires you to use a Dark Crystal in order to kill the ruins in one hit rather than 10. And then I think on this one also, you're also hoping for a little bit of luck on cycles. Or, you know, you could just do the speedrun strat until they get to fuck off. Go down here? Yes, I do. Get that final boss fight platform. So it's kind of a three-pronged thing, right, Alec? It's how long does it take? What's the punishment for death? And, like, how would I put it? How long's the fight? What's the punishment for death? And kind of how proactive you can be. Like, how much of it is you initiating it versus waiting for the monster to do something. So it's like a ton of people really, really like Shadow of the Colossus. I probably need to play it again just to reaffirm my opinion, but I hated Shadow of the Colossus because so much of it was long. When you fell off, it was punishing to try and get back on. And I felt like I was just waiting for the monster to do something that I could re-engage the fight. Like, I felt like it was completely out of my hands when I was able to actually get back on. I know that's not true because there are speedruns, so there's obvious ways that you can force it, but when you're playing blind, and it's like, I know what I'm looking for, I know what gives me the opportunity to get on him, they are just never doing it. So I just sit there, like, waiting for them to do something that they never do, only to get on, make another step of progress, fall off again, and then have to do it all over again. That type of shit is frustrating as fuck. Keep in mind that's like 10 minutes with all the cutscenes and stuff. But yes, it is a long fight for Draco Lich. Too long, I think. However, Draco Lich is like set up to be less like a boss, it feels like, and more like a actual stage that you're traversing. Which, you know, whether you think it succeeds or not in what it's trying to do, it does feel significantly different than the other Titan fights. Oh no, I mean, I've mentioned it before, Talik, like, I think the vast majority of what this game does really well. The Titans are not great, particularly the Draco Lich, and I think the combat's really poor. So, like, I fully embrace that, like, they're not great fights. But people, like, you'll hear people be like, they're ripoffs of Shadow of the Colossus. It's like, no, they're not ripoffs of Shadow of the Colossus, because the platforming actually works in this. You don't have a grip meter, and you aren't seizing your hand in order to maintain grip on bosses. On a potentially broken version of the game, because apparently, like, the European version of the PS3 thing, the grip meter's fucked on it, apparently. Yeah. Anyway,
and
final
now
fight.
The final battle is come. Marie is waiting for you, my friend. She knows what you have done. She knows everything. Marie has hoped all this time that you would save the world, and here you are, on the brink of it. You stand upon a knife edge. She has kept faith in you despite everything. Now you must fulfill your destiny, and the truth will out. I will help you, old friend. I will be with you in this, your moment of victory.
oblivion. Sempiternam. Daemonis.
Oh, we still gotta fight Death now. Or your Death analog in this game.
Congratulations. You have done well, my friend. I see you have united the powers. Excellent.
We can now end this, once and for all. Come.
Yes. Let's bring an end to this charade. Finally, it is time for the truth. Let us remove our masks.
You are the Lord of the Necromancers. The final Lord.
Now you begin to understand. Yes, Gabriel. It was I who cast the spell that separated the earth from the heavens. I knew this would force my brothers and sister in heaven to contact the Order here on earth. The prophecy was their little ray of hope in the darkness. We Lords of Shadow, as you call us, have been impotent for far too long. Fixed in an uneasy truce for many centuries, each possessing our share of the power, but each unable to have mastery over the others. Until now. I grew so tired of these years of proliferation, a constant truce between the three of us, each unwilling to concede or cooperate with the others. They were too blind to see the potential in the power we held. If only it were combined. I desired that ultimate power and was prepared to probe the very depths of hell in search of knowledge to acquire it. I fought hordes of demons and became strong. Then a force so vast and terrible entered into me, expanding my knowledge of the dark arts until it reached unimagined heights. All I needed was someone to restore the luminous power of the spirits according to the prophecy, and you have been the perfect dupe. Of course, I couldn't arouse their suspicions that it was I who desired the power for my own. No, I used the prophecy as my cover. And you, my shining knight.
I will not allow you to stand in my way, Zobek.
I'm sure you won't. But you really have no say in the matter, my dear friend. I could quite easily kill you for your insolence. But fortunately, there is no need.
What do you mean?
The gauntlet will do it for me. As I told you, dark power is my dominion, forged in the pits of hell no less. There was just the small matter of the child and her protector. But you came through with flying colors. I needed your strength of will and courage to complete the quest, but I couldn't risk you becoming too powerful. I needed to control you at the end, once you had murdered them. I knew you would never be able to challenge me whilst wearing it. Poor little Claudia. Such a sweet thing.
No.
You have exceeded even my wildest expectations, killing and butchering your way to victory. There is a terrible darkness in you, my friend. Your burning desire to resurrect your darling Marie has blinded you to it. As you slept, I was able to influence you with this mask. But even I did not foresee the beast that lay within. It was all too easy to make you kill them. Your penchant for murder and death were insatiable. You just needed a little nudge, and off you would go in search of the one thing that could bring her back. Yes, Gabriel, now you finally understand. It was you who murdered your wife.
No! You lie! Bastard!
Search your soul, Gabriel. You know it to be true. I was worried she would reveal my charade to you at the lake, but it seems she had a false hope that even a killer such as you could redeem himself and save the world. Even the child, Claudia, could see her own demise at your hands, and yet she also trusted in you to the bitter end. Glorious, isn't it? God himself sees you for what you are. A cold-blooded murderer, beyond redemption, beyond hope. Let me free you of your heavy burden. Goodbye, old friend.
Hail, mighty Zobek.
Who's there? Who?
Don't you remember me? I came to you in the void. I granted you knowledge and power. Power that you could never have obtained on your own. Surely you haven't forgotten. In fact, I planted the idea for this whole elaborate ruse into your tiny mind in order to serve my own higher purpose. I no longer need your assistance. The power is now mine.
No! No!
Father, I come for you. Before the end, you will bow down to me!
It is your time, Gabriel. Don't be afraid. Come with us. Join us.
Get away from him. Don't wake him. Don't touch him! You cannot have him! If you take him, we are all lost. Darkness will triumph, and there will never, ever be peace or hope. We will be trapped here forever. Don't you see? We must grant him the power to go
Will
back.
he free us? Will we see the light that was promised?
I believe in him. His heart is pure. He is our last hope. Our only hope.
So, he has abandoned you too. So be it. Join me. I will love you more than he. I was adored once above all others. I too didn't deserve to be cast out, abandoned. Now you know what that feels like, don't you? Hate can bring us back, give us strength, embrace it.
It is what is in men's hearts that he cares about. He loves you as he loves me. We have only to ask for forgiveness deep within ourselves and be welcomed back.
You monkeys don't deserve redemption. It is my divine right to rule by his side as an equal, or perhaps more than that.
You would rather rule in power and might than to offer forgiveness and love. This is why you are cast out, unholy one.
You dare to challenge me? You will die for your blasphemy. Your soul belongs to me.
All right. Last Lordoms. Sobek was once a brave fighter and a sage wizard, wise above all others. He was a good man, much loved and respected. Along with Cornell and Carmel, Sobek founded the order to which Gabriel belongs, the Brotherhood of Light. Yet pride drove him to seek even more power, to fight against the evil and injustices he saw all around. He was corrupted by a very desire to do good, and in the end was punished for it. When his spirit ascended to heaven that fateful night, the empty corpse that he left became the necromancer, an evil reflection of everything he represented, Lord of all death, or Lord of all the dead. He is death personified, and with his knowledge of the dark arts, none may stand against him, living or dead. Satan. Really strong against everything. Real mastermind behind these events, the fallen angel Satan, cast down to earth as a punishment for his rebellion against God. Satan has been searching for a way to re-enter heaven and crush the Almighty once and for all. The Godmaster is said to bestow a power that is supposed to be a key to God himself, a power that makes its wearer God's vassal on earth. And Satan has manipulated Sobek and the other Lords of Shadow to acquire it for his own means. Satan has unimaginable power to wield on this earth and can use both light and shadow magic to cast destructive spells or summon demonic reapers from other planes. However, he is not able to command his full strength while chained to the earthly plane, and thus remains weakened against heaven's children.
You have been fooled,
So, of
Gabriel.
note,
She is gone.
they are making Satan synonymous with Lucifer in this canon, I guess you could say, which is not necessarily true of the vast majority of Christian faiths and books.
Is that
but that's what they chose to do.
God?
Time to beat the shit out of Satan in a fist fight. Big Super Saiyan fight. I'll not just brutalize him with magic this time, I guess. So you can see a little bit more of the fight. But I mean, that's kind of what you're supposed to do, is brutalize him with magic.
Belmont.
So he has these types of bullshit
the
moves.
name of Belmont from this world forever.
And you can't even hurt him, I think, when he has magic, and I don't have magic up, so they really intend for you to use magic. Now, whether you're supposed to have ultimate light and everything, that's a different matter, right?
Damn you, Gabriel!
So, then he makes, like, those guys. That's the real problem, is that those Reapers do a billion damage.
I will wipe the name of Belmont from this world forever!
And if you don't stun lock him, he just switches so often that it kind of screws up a lot of stuff.
Me? Damn you, Gabriel!
Okay. I even tried one of the safest moves, which is the somersault over into attack. Just countered it twice. Just fuck everything.
You think you can defeat me? Damn you, Gabriel! No! Stay back from me.
You guys can enjoy the ending, folks.
Take your hands off me, murderer. Your soul is damned.
I ask forgiveness and mercy for those that I have wronged. What I did unknowingly. Yet I would change everything if I could.
He isn't listening, Gabriel. Your fate is fixed.
Every man has the power to repent. I have faith in that. Forgive me. Forgive me, my God.
I will have such fun with your Marie. I will introduce her to such pleasures.
Her soul will go only to him. Once I have finished with you, Angel.
My love.
I am alive. No. I do not want this. Why has my life been given back to me?
It is your fate. You have been given back what was wrongfully taken from you. To repent your sins. To make amends.
But without you...
You freed them all. You saved us all, my Gabriel.
I couldn't save you.
I knew I could not tell you, or despair would have eroded your resolve and everything would have been lost. I had faith in you, hoped that you would be strong enough to free the world, and you did not let me down.
I am not worthy of your faith. Your love. I am nothing.
You are a good man, Gabriel. You are as God intended, fallible, yet capable of great things. I loved you then, as I love you now. I see before me a man who has regained God's favor, and who has my forgiveness, and the forgiveness of all the lost souls of this world. You have saved us all, and you have saved yourself. The mask is a powerful device. It allows us to see through God's eyes.
Can it really bring the dead back?
Yes. Look.
Fool's hope.
It is too late for me, my love. I cannot come back.
No. No, don't go.
It is my time. The light is calling. I am not afraid.
Please, stay. Stay with me.
It's beautiful, Gabriel. So beautiful. It's calling to me. Calling.
I love you, Marie. I love you. Forgive me.
stick around for the post-credit stuff. So, couple of things that you could interpret from the end of that game. The image of Gabriel kind of having a back lock on Satan, and then the wings come out and they're black. You could interpret that to mean that what happened to the original founders of the Order just happened to Gabriel, whereas he became an angelic body and left behind his evil. That seems to have some credence when you look at the story as a whole and what happens over the course of everything, but that's not blatantly stated anywhere, so I can't say that that's for sure what happened. The other interesting thing is the idea that maybe the mask doesn't have any actual powers whatsoever, which sounds weird to say, but it says, Marie very distinctly says it allows us to see through God's eyes, which is not like a font of power. That is a very distinct thing that's kind of specific that she mentions. It also has some interesting connotations to it if you take the some of the like traditional Christian writings that have been out there, where it's you know, Satan wears the mask and Gabriel beats the shit out of him and he almost seems scared of him, which is like, how terrifying is Gabriel that even through seen with God's eyes, he is that monstrous to where like he's terrified of him. But the idea being that God is able to see past that initial thing to see the soul for what it really is, or to see the goodness in people and to have forgiveness for that, despite how monstrous the person truly is. They are still worthy of redemption, and God can see that and have forgiveness and faith in that. Also, you beat the shit out of Satan. Completely stomped. Not even close. So despite what we're going to see in the stinger at the end here, the next thing that we're going to be doing tomorrow is going to be doing the DLC for this game. And possibly starting up on Mirror of Fate. I don't know how long Mirror of Fate's going to take. It's going to be a lot more streamlined than this, because it's a shorter experience, and honestly, it's not a lot of lore in Mirror of Fate to read or reference. And I sure as hell don't want to do a 100% map completion, because the game's not very good. But that'll be the plan for tomorrow, to do the DLC for this, then start up on Mirror of Fate and see how far we get. But I'm going to let the stinger at the end play us out. And then I'll probably cut stream after that. Or see if I can find somebody to host for you guys. Then I'll probably cut from there.
An unusual hiding place for the Prince of Darkness. Don't you think?
Zobek.
Yes, old friend. It is I.
Where have you been all this time?
Out there. Amongst the living. And what of you? Why have you been hiding all this time? Gabriel.
Don't you dare call me that. Isint Dracul!
No doubt, you once were. But alas, look at you now. A mere shadow of your former self.
Shadow, am I? What do you want, old friend?
Satan's acolytes are readying for his imminent return. He is unlikely to welcome both of us with open arms. Don't you think? Help me stop him. Or you and I will become his favorite pets. For all eternity. It is time to get out of this wretched tomb you have made for yourself. Stop skulking in the shadows. Don't you care that he will enslave you? I know what it is you yearn for.
I cannot die. Yet. I cannot live.
Help me, and I can free you of your immortality. Soon, old friend. Soon, it will be over.